Welcome, everyone. Welcome to a very early morning here on Nerd of the Rings. Man, I gotta say, this is a rough time, guys. It is 2:30 in the morning, my time. How about you guys? Is this like a reasonable hour of the day for anyone? My goodness. Oh, we've got our first super chat of the day already. Thank you so very much, Michael Reel. Nerd of the Rings watch parties. Let's go. $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah. It's early. It is early. It is so early. It's such a weird time. So I got like 2 hours of sleep before this. I managed to do that. And I had that debate with myself. Do I do an energy drink or do I do coffee? So I made myself some coffee. We'll see how that decision plays out. All right, we've got people from all over the place. I figured we'd get some folks from the other side of the sea here because it's like actually morning time for you guys. Yeah, Marcelo, energy drinks are poison. Yeah, they do the trick, but at what cost, you know? There's times where I've had to resort to them. Namely 2 years ago after watching the show and then doing breakdowns. Some folks working the night shift. Nice. Let's get some polls going, huh? So I'm curious. Let me know in the chat favorite and least favorite thing about Rings of Power Season 1. Obviously, I did my recap video, which was really fun to make. Yeah, what was favorite and least favorite? Someone commented the sea is always right. I don't know if that was your favorite or least favorite. Utulie Anaure. Day shall come again. Yeah. Feels very much night here. Very, very much night. Durin and Elrond story. I'm good. Again, I don't know if you guys are saying favorite or least favorite. Favorite was the two trees. Least favorite, the Harfoots. I can get behind that. That's some pretty good choices. Already 742 folks here. Very, very cool. Be sure to hit the like button there, folks. So if in case you haven't looked in the description, everybody has to pull it up on their own monitor or phone or TV, whatever. I can't play it because of copyright. YouTube will get mad at me. But we'll all pull it up at the same time. That's what the stopwatch here is for. So each episode will have a stopwatch going. Adar. Oh, Arondir pleasantly surprised me the most, I think, says Balrog of Morgoth. Shout out to Pepe Lounge becoming a YouTube member. Also, my lights are back. They change color based on super chats, so that's fun. Michael Kelly, after 2 whole years, finally, Nerd of the Rings is the best YouTube channel. Got a Guinness in my Moria pint glass and my Tolkien pipe filled. Nice. Thanks for the super chat, Michael. He's ready to go. Ben Snow says, love the war plot points, Sauron and orc plot points, but wasn't really a fan of the slow pacing, at least with the Harfoots. Most of those scenes really weren't that engaging. Yeah. Yeah, I think what I said was it was kind of crazy because it felt like you could cut the Harfoots out. And yes, I'm not a big fan of the Harfoots. I felt like you could cut them out completely, and it wouldn't make a huge deal. Like, it wouldn't change the rest of the story. Those who did the Amazon screening will just jump it to episode 3. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good question. Let's start off with that. Did you attend a premiere screening? How many people are here have already seen a couple episodes? Adar was amazing. Curious to see if the new actor captures his essence. Yeah, that's a big question mark going into this season. Yeah, I think it's never easy when an actor has to take over a role that someone else has played. Obviously, there's degrees of, like how iconic is the performance and stuff like that. But I do think that Adar, Joseph Mall, was one of the highlights of last season. So it can't be the easiest thing. I see some people saying let's start, but I don't think the episodes are out yet. No, they're not out. They're not out yet. Still says coming soon. August 29th, 3 a.m. 90% did not go to a screening. It seemed like they didn't have them in as many cities this time around. They didn't have it near me. Brown Eyes and Mandalore, did you listen to the Tom Bombadil song Bear McCreary put out? I did. I listened to like the what's the guy's name? The one with like the recording artist, and then I listened to the one that's like the actual actor, and it's like the Tom Bombadil actor and the stranger actor both singing. I liked the soundtrack, or I like the one with the actors better, I think, than the other one. Like, it has kind of a cool folksy feel to it. I've come around on it a bit, but my initial thought was like, why does it sounds like really sad for being Tom Bombadil's song. Like, I joked, okay, I joked. Remember, we can joke as fans. So if you really, really love the song, it's cool. We're just having fun. I'm joking around a little bit. When I first heard it, I was like, oh, this is kind of like the version of Tom Bombadil's song someone would sing at his funeral, at a funeral for Tom Bombadil. Like, it just sounded really sad, Yeah, I don't necessarily expect it to sound just like, good old Rob Inglis singing it. But yeah, I don't know, it just seemed a little sad. Michael Reel, thank you so much for the super chat. Looking forward to some Celebrimbor screen time. Yeah, he didn't get much in season 1, and I'm very much hoping he gets more in season 2. On East Coast time as well, we have the old Star Wars release times now. Much love to the community. So is that like, are you talking like how the shows, like when they drop Star Wars shows, it's kind of like around this time too, isn't it? Ugh. I very much preferred, like, last season, it was like 10-ish. Well, it was technically supposed to be around midnight, but they would drop it right after Thursday Night Football, which was good. It was middle of the night for the European folks, who are probably, you know, in a much better situation now. Ulrika, thanks for the super chat. Loved Poppy song. Hopefully more songs in season 2. Yeah, that was a nice part. Yeah, I like that little montage. It's a nice song. I really like that. Rufus Wainwright. Yes, that is the name of the performer. Yeah, he's got a beautiful voice too. Monica, very excited to hear Bear's music this season. Oh, for sure. Another of the highlights. Okay, I had to read this one because it made me chuckle. I think Sam Hazeldene's cuddly face and Adar's plotline in season 2 will change the character completely. Cuddly face. What's a cuddly face? Katie in the chat, moderator Katie says, to me it sounds like a folklore we'd get passed down to us about Tom Bomb. Oh, that's a fun way to look at it. Yeah. Seth said, or no, I do modern flips, says Matt, your face is cuddly. Okay. Is this some kind of, something the kids are saying nowadays? Because I am not very good at being up to date with what the kids say nowadays, I have to say. Hey, moderator Adam is here as well. 8 a.m. here. Great way to start the day. Not so average Joe's talking about the Balrog destroying Khazad-dûm in the first 2 minutes. That would be wild. That's so early. So early. Dima Manuel, how long is each episode? Somewhere in the ballpark of an hour, most likely. That's what it was all season last year. So yeah, from everything I've seen, they're going to be around an hour. I don't know exact run times off the top of my head. Primal 123 nerd, what did you think of Elrond and Galadriel's friendship? I like those two characters having a key relationship in the show. Really, it was kind of crazy though. In season 1, like we saw them together in the first episode, and then in the last episode, and that was it. Like, so we didn't really get a whole lot to that relationship, to that friendship. But maybe we'll see more here. Maybe we'll see more this season. Yeah. Oh man. So Ian had noticed it was back there. It's like right on the other side of the chairs here now. But yes, I have a Smaug the Fire Drake statue that I definitely would like to do an unboxing of. That was a splurge moment, we'll say. I got it secondhand. Got a pretty good deal on it. Yeah, it's pretty epic. All right, let's see. Okay, we're going to end the poll. So 89%, so 11% of y'all went to a screening. All right. Death Switch, are you watching all 3 right now? And were you seriously not invited to premiere? Yes, we are going to watch all 3 right now. No, I wasn't invited to any premieres, but that's all right. Yeah, I kind of like invites to stuff. I don't know. Like it's a cool thing when it happens. Doesn't happen all the time, and that's fine. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna roll through all 3. We'll have a short break because okay, so quick update with Amazon. I don't know if you've heard this news, but Prime Video has ads now. So if you don't want ads, you have to pay $3 for the month to not have the ads. So I went ahead and did that just because I wanted to be, up to date, or, up to date in terms of in the stream. I didn't want to be behind when I'm running the stream. So I went ahead and did that. And then, we'll kind of use like the credits, I think, to kind of like let it hang for a minute, and try not to spoil anything for people who are, kind of watching the last few minutes if they're coming in from ads. But yeah, so we'll have a small break in between episodes, and then we'll roll into the next episode, hopefully giving folks who are watching with ads enough time to catch up and everything. So yeah. How does the watch party work? Check out the description. That'll kind of explain it, but everybody's gonna bring it up on your own screen. I can't play the actual episodes on the stream because of copyright. But pull it up on a second screen, phone, TV, whatever. And then we'll all hit play at the same time, watch it. I try to keep my comments fairly to a minimum during, just in case any of y'all don't like when people talk during stuff. I might make some exclamations here and there. I've been known to do that. And then afterwards, we'll all react and chat about it. Do you think that we're actually going to see Celeborn? Where do you think he's been? Halls of Mandos? Okay, so that is a great question. I have no idea where Celeborn is. We better see him. Like, it's Galadriel's husband, and he's clearly not dead. Elrond has to marry their child, their daughter. So that's got to happen relatively soon, I would think. I don't know. So you mentioned Halls of Mandos, and that's an interesting one because one of my theories revolving around Celeborn is that they could merge him with Glorfindel and have him have actually died in some amazingly heroic way. And so much so that he gets re-embodied and sent back to Middle Earth, and he's like a messenger from the Valar, the way Glorfindel is in the Second Age. That would erase Glorfindel, so that'd be a bummer for folks who are fans of Glorfindel who never gets to stay in adaptations. But yeah, that's one option. I don't know. I really kind of want to see Glorfindel too. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's a somewhat interesting mashup of the two characters. Mario says, you made an excellent job with that season 1 recap. Can't wait for season 2. Thank you. Well, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for enjoying the recap. That's great. Milking cows and being a Lord of the Rings nerd, is there anything better? Wow. Milking cows during the watch party? Man, that's a new one. I don't think I've had that in the comments before. John Bennett, you're a YouTube treasure, Matt. Thanks for your coverage. Feeling more optimistic about this season. Well, thank you so much for your kind words there, John, and thank you for the super chat. We try to be a positive, a net positive influence in the Tolkien YouTube sphere. More optimistic. Whew. I will say, I think, like, based on trailers and everything, I was thinking it looks more promising than I felt about season 1. Like the Anatar and Celebrimbor stuff looks promising to me. I think the real test is going to come down to, I mean, obviously, how they handle some of the things that were original to the show, that, like the 3 rings already being created, like how does that play out? And I was thinking about it, and like I could go on and go down many tangents about the Three Rings already being created. But it's different than the books in that in the books it is, kind of the elves' hubris that leads them to create the rings. It's more out of selfish reasons where because of the way that the show set it up, it's much more it's much better reason. Like not better in like literary sense, but it's more more appropriate reason. Like they're trying to save their own lives and stuff. Um yeah, so it just sets a different starting point, and the farther off you are in the starting point, you can really go off course, comparing it to the book story. So I'm curious if like will things continue to just kind of go off on its own direction? Will they like try to circle back and um align more now that season one's out of the way? Like will the canonicity kind of like come back a bit, maybe, hopefully. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, season one, like I said, the big canon moments, the stuff that I read in the books and I'm like, oh my gosh, wouldn't this be amazing to see? That's the stuff that's gonna carry a lot of weight with me. So, this year, obviously, Celebrimbor and Anatar, that's gonna be a big part of that. Um, yeah. Also, I'm curious to see how far the Numenor story goes. Michael Reel. Nice random sports question. I love it. Are you a Bears fan? So I am a huge Cubs fan. Football wise, I mean, I root for the Bears, but I favor the Indianapolis Colts more so. I kind of latched onto football around the time Peyton Manning came into the league and was playing for the Colts. So yeah, I'm a little all over the place. My hockey team is the Red Wings. So yeah, little all over the place. Craig Shipway, thanks for the super chat. Did you know that Shelob will be featured in this season? I've heard that rumor. Yes. And I'm not going to spoil anything for those who might not have attended a screening. But we'll talk more about that later. That's what I'll say to that, Craig. We'll talk a bit more about Shelob later. Yeah. I need to see Glorfindel when he comes back, please, says Billy. Thanks for a super chat, Billy. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. We kind of need a flashback though, like if Glorfindel's going to show up to like get his story. That's an interesting hypothetical. So, do they just kind of like randomly put in a flashback for Glorfindel, or do they tie that to something that happened in the past? I've been wondering if, because in the finale last season, they had Elrond and Galadriel mention that like Galadriel found Elrond as a kid, around the time of the war and stuff. Like, do we see a flashback? I've been wondering if we see a flashback of that. Does Glorfindel pop up? Does he get taken out by a Balrog? I mean, we'd love to see the Gondolin stuff, but I don't think that's in the cards just because of rights. But we might be able to see him fight single-handedly a Balrog, which would be kind of cool. Yazi, thanks so much. Much love, dude. You're awesome for your work here. Thank you. MT7 Firefly, thanks for the super chat. Currently at work, but y'all have fun. Hyped to get home and binge it. Yeah, I kind of debated with myself, like, do I do this at 3:00 in the flipping morning? And I was like, you know what? Let's try it. So far, we got 1,100 people here. That's awesome. You guys are encouraging me. Slash making me want to do this at 3 a.m. for the next, oh gosh, what is it? 5 weeks. 5 more weeks. Whew. We're in it though. We're in it. Are you gonna watch the anime when it comes out on stream? So the anime film is coming out in theaters. So we won't really have a way to do this, but we could do it when it releases on like Blu-ray and digital and stuff like that though. Yeah, that would be really fun. I hadn't really thought that far ahead because this is my plans around covering this have kind of dominated things. But yeah, man, we had the trailer recently for War of the Rohirrim. I'm pretty pumped for War of the Rohirrim. Not gonna lie, I have been for a long time, and I am still pumped. It is gonna be super fun to go to a movie theater in mid-December. Sit down. Maybe do you think they'll have a popcorn bucket? That's like all the rage now to have popcorn buckets. Yeah, I remember like the Hobbit ones that had like, Legolas and stuff on them. They were just simple they were just actual buckets back then, not like big contraptions. What could they make for War of the Rohirrim that would be like a crazy popcorn bucket? Like Helm's Fist? Could you get how about a drink holder that's just Helm's Fist and then you slide your drink into his hand? I feel like it's not a bad idea. It's not bad. Mount Doom popcorn bucket. Well, Mount Doom's not going to be part of War of the Rohirrim, though. It's going to be Rohirrim Mumakil popcorn bucket. There we go. A horn is the bucket. Okay. It'd be fun to drink out of a horn, though. Yeah. All my ideas, like they'll be really messy for theaters, but it'd be fun. Yeah, the Alien Romulus one where it had like it had the alien head. It's crazy. And then there's like a new Batman one that's just like the bat signal. It's like massive. Then you have like this giant light that you're just holding for the entire movie. Christopher Carbaugh, thank you so much, Christopher, for the $50 super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel on that level, man. The reason why this show is awesome, apart from the music and visuals, is this feeling right now waiting for the premiere. Brings me back to going to see the movies on opening night. Sure, the show's not perfect, but I still really enjoyed it. Very excited. I would totally agree with that segment that the sentiment. Sorry, it is 3 a.m. I'm gonna stumble over my words probably some. Yeah, I think the community aspect is definitely one of the most fun things to come out. From the experience of this show. Like obviously, I had issues with it. Um, there were things I liked, things that I didn't like, and that's cool, guys. Like to have things you can like a show, you can not like a show, you can love a show, you can hate a show, whatever. As long as we're treating fellow fans with respect, I think that's the right way to go about fandom and taking in shows and having conversations like this. And I'm refreshing, guys. I see people saying it's out. It's not out for me yet. I'm refreshing. Still says bonus content. But yeah, I think having fun conversations around shows, that's where it's at. I'm still refreshing. I promise you guys, it's not. Whoop, there it goes. Okay, watch episode 1 now. It just came up for me. Okay, we've got a long road here, so I will get back to the super chats as soon. Maybe in between episodes, I'll sneak a couple in, but then after the episodes, we'll really get to it. Let me pull up the timer here. There we go. Stopwatch. And we'll give it a countdown. I'll count down from 5. Everybody hit play at the same time. I have so many windows. I need to find the stopwatch. All right. In 5, 4, 3. Here we go. Don't skip the recap. We'll just let the recap roll. This is a long recap. Yeah, that was a long recap. He should have gone with the armored up form, FYI. I feel like that would have conveyed more menacingly. There he is. We are Sauron. Already needs a shave. That's funny. right. One down, two to go. Get a whole trailer at the end of this one. Jeez. It's a long trailer. All right. I gotta say, I really like the song that Gil Galad sings. It's good stuff. It's a really nice song. Yeah, what'd you guys think? We will give a little bit of time, because I know some folks are probably watching this with ads. So we'll give a little bit of time here and there. Let them catch up as the credits roll on episode 1. Pyrus 22, thanks for a super chat. Do you think the stranger will be a good blue wizard and will meet an evil blue wizard this season, thereby paying homage to both of Tolkien's ideas? That is what I'm hoping for. I think that would be really cool if they did that, actually. That's something that I theorized, gosh, back early going to season 1. Yeah, I think Blue Wizards is the way to go for sure. So yeah, we'll see. Wanando1, thanks for the $5 super chat. Nothing to do with today's show, but do you think Epic Universe in Orlando will ever have a Lord of the Rings land? Oh man, you just spoke straight to my heart there with this. Yeah, man. I hope so. I would love that. I would love it. They have expansion. They have expansion area, so we'll see. That'd be amazing. Michael Hart, thanks so much. Hi, Matt. This is my first live stream with you guys. Excited. Nice. Looking forward to seeing Círdan. The ship is always right. I see what you did there, and I appreciate that. I really liked Círdan in this episode, guys. I really like Círdan so far. Yeah, he's one of my favorites so far. What did you guys think of Kierdan? Let me know in the comments. Let's see here. Episodes. There they are. Okay. I'll get the episode. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I'll read a couple more super chats and then we'll go ahead and get into episode 2 here shortly because we've still got a ways to go. I want to make sure we'll have a lot to talk about at the end for sure. Forrest Dean, I'm begging y'all to be normal this season. If you don't like it, that's okay. But let others enjoy in peace. It would be nice for everyone to be normal. So folks who like it, be normal to folks who think it falls short, and vice versa. People who feel it falls short, be normal to people who like it. Act like, let's treat each other like human beings. We're all better off that way. Mr. Mop, I just saw the super chat come through. I'm curious which quotes from this episode came from the movies. There were a couple, weren't there? Yeah. Elrond said, "What time do you think we have? Do you think you have?" Like the Saruman quote. That's right. Some of it, yeah, it's kind of like a balance. Like some of it is just that way of speaking, but some of them kind of land a little bit like, okay, that's a pretty well-known quote for the movies that you're using there. Let's see here. All right, we'll give it a couple minutes here, guys, and then we'll get into episode 2. Jordan Roding, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Do you really think that Amazon would put their money behind a Blue Wizard reveal instead of banking on the obvious Gandalf cash cow? Yeah, that's where, man, story-wise, I 100% believe it should be a Blue Wizard. The thing that gives me pause is the recognizability and the, the headlines and stuff that it gets if it's Gandalf, right? Like everyone know, like even people who are just the most casually familiar with Lord of the Rings probably know Gandalf, in large part thanks to Ian McKellen's performance, but he's just an iconic character. You see his silhouette and you know exactly who it is. There's not a ton of characters that are like that, as recognizable and iconic. Yeah. If it ends up being Gandalf and Saruman, I'm gonna be really bummed out because it would just kind of feel like the a little bit like an algorithmic approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of like the logic behind having hobbits. Like, oh, you can't have Middle Earth without hobbits. But like, I think you could edit out the hobbits, and the show works just works just as well. As it works just as well as it does in season 1 without the hobbits as it does with. So, yeah. All right, we'll read one more super chat real quick, and then we will get in to episode 2. Yeah, I was still like I was watching the episode because I I've already seen I had already seen that one. So yeah, I was trying to keep an eye on the chat too. Wolf 6475, thanks for the super chat. Love the videos, Matt. Silent viewer since 2021. Hope the show is good this season. I'll check it out if so. Yeah. I hope so too. I really hope season 2 comes in and, you know, gives us gives Tolkien fans, something to latch on to from the books that we can look at and be like, "Wow, that was really, really well done." Um, and I hope it, you know, is more engaging for casual fans too. Like I always love, the cool thing about new adaptations coming out is that we get um new fans that way, right? And I hope there's stuff to interest people enough to make them want to get into the books and experience Middle Earth. All right. I think let's see here. Christopher Carbaugh was expecting a bigger prologue about Sauron. Yeah, he just kind of went symbiote and crawled around, and now he's back. I wonder how long that took. So, like, that must have took like 1,000 years. Like, he spent like 1,000 years as Sludge because it seemed like pretty fast. He got back into things and then met the guy who he got the pouch from on the shipwreck. So yeah, I guess there was like 1,000 years that went by there. Because in season 1, they said there was 1,000 years after the fall of Morgoth. So, there you go. OHB says they finished a 1,000-piece map of Middle Earth Jigsaw recently. Nice. Okay, last one, and then we will dive into episode 2. Scott Bartholomew, thanks for the super chat. I like the new actor for Adar. Yeah, I thought he did really well, like matching the previous performance. Like his voice sounded pretty spot on. Um, yeah, that was pretty pretty darn good for taking over a role. Like, I think that will be an easy transition uh for folks. Like, it won't be jarring. Like, he's not so different from Joseph Mall. Like, I think he matched it really well. So shout out to Sam Hazeldine. Like, he seems like he you know so far has done a good job embodying that character and making it a consistent character so far for folks who saw a different actor play him in season 1. So yeah, thought Sam Hazeldine did a good job. All right, with that, we will hop into episode 2. Like before, I'll give us a 5-second countdown. And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Since we're still in the recap, I will say coffee was the right choice, by the way, over the energy drink. I'm feeling much better than I would have with an energy drink, I think. Okay, here we go. All right. Don't autoplay on me. Give it a second. We'll give it a couple minutes for the folks catching up that have ads on. All right, we'll do the same thing. I'll put up another poll. Or actually, drop number score 1 to 10. What'd you guys think of that episode? We got introduced to the evil wizard. I mean, he seems pretty evil. It's not often that someone has like some kind of like blood pouring ceremony in front of them and that person turns out good. So yeah, I'm gonna say he's probably bad. Man, I really like the Anatar stuff. Not gonna lie. It's nice to get the Anatar stuff after not getting in season 1 really rubbed me the wrong way. And we got some, and it's pretty good. Like, I think the 2 actors there are really good actors. So we'll see what else transpires. We'll do some more super chats as we wait for the creds to finish and people to catch up. Michael Kelly, thanks for the super chat. Sauron's opening monologue, always after a defeat, sounded like it was from Tolkien's unfinished sequel or from the letters about the sequel. So, the sequel, for those who aren't familiar, I have a video of it on my channel. It was called The New Shadow, and it's about kind of like this evil cult that rises up in the aftermath, like 100 years after the defeat of Sauron, basically. That does sound reminiscent. I don't know if that exact line is in there though. I don't think it is, but it's kind of the same idea, right? That the evil just kind of takes a new form, kind of thing. Wumpy, I honestly thought it was all right. What did you think of the savage stabbing scene? So this is from episode 1. Yeah, it was a lot. Man, they really went to town there. Very Ides of March. Julius Caesar reference there. Yeah, like the one thing that I thought of that I was thinking back to was how in season 1 in the prologue they show like Sauron all armored up, like taking control of the orcs. So I thought that was him taking control of the orcs. So I don't know what that shot is meant to be if this is how things played out. Also why he would take a fair form with the orcs. The orcs seemed really quick to like go to mutiny, so maybe there's more implied stuff. But they're really quick to go to mutiny there. Manos, thanks so much for the super chat. Maybe the stranger is going to find his brother Blue Wizard, or the stars is him going to Tom Bombadil. Did the Blue Wizards travel together to Rune? I think it's kind of implied that they do, and most artwork, like the iconic one by Ted Naismith, depicts them going together to Rune. Yeah. Christopher Carbaugh, thanks so much for the super chat. I enjoyed it. Didn't have as much of a prologue about Sauron as I expected. Sorry, this is still episode 1 stuff, but didn't really like the guy who played the original Sauron. Yeah, he wasn't around very long. Second half of the episode, save the beginning of it. It was a good first. Mr. Mop, it seems like they're constantly trying to pull quotes from the movie. Oh, yeah, this is the one that I kind of commented on as I saw it pop up. Yeah, there was a couple, we got the Elrond saying, "What time do you think we have? What time do you think you have?" Yeah, which is kind of riffing on the Saruman quote. Monos, is it just me that thinks Sauron's deceival is perceived as less planned, as if he stumbles from place to place deceiving? Um, it feels like after episode 2 here, it feels more intentional to me this season than it did last season. Like, yeah. Like, obviously, we had the whole, like, mystery box thing last season to contend with. But yeah, uh I liked how we're getting some, like, obviously there's some very overt manipulation, but there's also some subtleties to bits of it too, where like in episode 1 he talks to Adar, and basically because of what he knows, he's able to, lead Adar to believe that it's because of Adar that Galadriel sought out this sorcerer, without naming it actually being Sauron and stuff. And so, like, that was kind of cool to see him manipulate in that way and like press the buttons that he needs to press with both Hadar in the last episode and Celebrimbor in this episode. Um, yeah. Was "Let My People Go" in the first episode a Moses reference? Maybe. That was the first thing that popped into my mind, honestly. All right. Let's do 2 more super chats and then we're gonna get rolling on episode 3 here. Mono says, "Wild theory, Stranger and Dark Wizard are both blue. They will kill each other. One blue wizard converted to cult of magic, one aiding against Sauron." Yeah, I think that would be really cool if they were one of each, like the 2 drastically different ideas Tolkien had for the blue wizards, and to do one of each. I think would be a cool choice. That dark wizard is 100% one of the blue. He knows about Istar capabilities. This might actually be Gandalf. So you're saying Stranger might be Gandalf? Yeah, because he's not. Yeah, he's not dark wizard. It's not going to be Gandalf for sure. Did you guys catch? Did you guys catch that the horses and the people who were tracking the stranger and the hobbits have blue paint on them? Possibly a reference to Blue Wizard. There you go. Maybe they serve the Blue Wizard. So there you go. All right. With that, let's get rolling on episode 3, shall we? It sounds like I do have audio. I've had people texting me too about not having audio on Prime. Um, make sure you refresh, and I'll give you I'm going to read one more super chat and I'll give you a minute. If you're having trouble with audio, refresh and like actually close Prime or close the browser and open it back up, because I've heard that's been working for some people. Matt Rasp, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it, man. They had to pay the GDP of a small country for the rights to a full bullet points. There's a lot of greedy obstacles. This never was going to be an exact lore story. They're giving us an idea of what could have happened. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that. Yeah. I wouldn't say, because they also have the rights to The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings in addition to the appendices. So like they got the rights, but like what they did in the story they told with them, um, you know, it's not like they didn't know what they were buying. So, just to be clear, yeah, it's not like they found out after the fact, like, oh, we're gonna have to make something from the appendices. um, yeah, we'll see. I still think like with with what they have, they should be able to tell a reasonably canon story, and we'll see how it goes. But that's a quarter of the season already, guys, by the way. Oh, poll? Well, okay. I'll do a poll as we launch as we get ready to go into episode 3. I'll give you guys the same options as before. Rating for episode 2. Have at it, folks. There is the poll. And now we'll get rolling on number 3 of 3. And we're already 3 hours into the stream. This is going to be a big, long stream, and I'm going to take a nap after this. All right. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Old Bob. Okay, folks. We finished all three. It only took us 4 hours. It's now 6:30 in the morning. That's kinda wild. Alright. Get this turned down. Just put up the poll. Let me know your rating for episode 3. Alright. So vote in the poll, but put it in the chat too, guys. I wanna know what specific number would you give this one? What do you think? Looks like a little, maybe a little lower overall. Still seeing a lot of 8s and 9s there. I gotta say, like, okay, here, let me get rid of my stopwatch here. I don't need that. I gotta say, I think the pacing is much more consistent so far this season. Like, it seems like stuff is happening at a reasonable clip. All right. Let's see. I'll get caught up on some super chats here. Thanks so much for everybody sending the super chats in. Scott Bartholomew, thanks for the super chat. He says this is BA so far. That was from about an hour ago. So that was after episode 2. So right after we got Anatar. I do like seeing Anatar. Yeah, they actually got to like forging the dwarf rings sooner than I expected. Like, I feel like if that was last season, that would have been like an episode or 2 gap between uh between that those events happening. Not being Blue Wizards would be a tragedy because no one else will ever put them in anything. That's a fair point. I mean, we could hope for, second age movies to someday come, but there's probably going to be some distance between, whenever this show ends and second age being adapted in another form, I would think, because they're not going to do them at the same time. It'd be too confusing for the general audiences. That from Luis Montes. Thank you for the super chat, Luis. Snowy says can't watch episode 3 as no sound. Prime is. Oh yeah, I responded to this one in the lead up to episode 3. Yeah, it sounds like that was a common theme. I had people texting me and I guess Discord messages where people were having audio issues. So hopefully y'all got that figured out. Praetorian Guard says episode 1's a 7.5, episode 2's an 8.5, episode 3 is an 8. So what do you guys think of the spider in this third one? Do you think that was Shelob? I wasn't convinced. Like, it seemed small to be Shelob to me. The cinematography is amazing, says Scott Bartholomew. Thanks again for the super chat. Yeah, the visuals have always been a strength of the show, for sure. Forrest Dean says, could you talk a little about the eagle that showed up? Thanks so much for hosting this. I had so much fun. Oh, good. I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, we'll do this each week from here on out. It'll be much shorter because we'll have a third as much episode to watch. Yeah, so let's talk about the eagle that showed up. So to me, it sure came across like that eagle was showing up looking at Muriel. Um, I just think that the Numenorian general populace is just not the brightest bulbs in the bunch, you know? Because that eagle was 100% looking right at Muriel, like chilling things out, saying, "Hey, get your stuff together, Numenor." And then Farazan walks up, and the eagle gets like agitated, starts squawking and like flapping his wings and stuff. That seems pretty. Seems pretty clear to me. I mean, it was cool. I will say it was cool before that to see Farazan, um, you like use that situation. It showed like his cunning. You use that situation with the Palantir. Obviously, they planned that. But for him to be like, oh no, surely the ruler of Numenor wouldn't do that. Like totally setting her up to either lie or to fess up and to put himself in a position to take over. So yeah, I thought that was good. It's good to see Farzan. I mean, it's not good like for the faithful Numenorians, obviously, but as far as like the canon story, it's good to see Farzan, you know, and this scheming play out. Um, yeah. As far as the eagle though, what's interesting is the eagles are kind of tied to Numenorian history. Like there are ceremonies, not like the coronation ceremony, but uh, the priest guy kind of alluded to it because he said during only the prayers of the king or queen or something like that is allowed. So that's kind of like based on the three prayers that happens in Numenor, which are ceremonies that take place on Menel Tarmo, which is the big mountain in Numenor, the holy mountain. And the eagles would like fly around. And during those, when they got up there, only the king or queen could speak upon like on the holy summit. So that's kind of where that inspiration comes from there. Um, yeah, so like eagles are associated with Manwë, the the Lord of the Valar, the head of the Valar, and the eagles we see throughout the Numenor story, but in general, they kind of you know uh, enact or go about fulfilling the will of Manwë, so to speak. Like, and they're kind of taken as a sign of his approval. So that's kind of where they got this. Like we'll see in the Numenor story, providing they do it like later in the Numenor story, we'll see eagles more so as symbolically than like physical eagles, but we'll see the eagles of Manwë as a warning to Numenor later, which is pretty awesome. Um, if you look up Eagles of Manwë by Ted Naismith, another epic piece of art. So yeah, so there you go. There's a little bit about the Eagles. Also, uh, and I'll totally have this in my breakdown, by the way, but the Numenorian guy Belzegar, that's the name of one of the previous kings of Numenor, actually, like centuries before. So there you go. Christopher Carbaugh, thanks for the super chat. First three were better than all of season one. Anatar reveal was wild. 2 and 3 were great episodes. It's going to pick up big time in the coming episodes. Pace. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these middle episodes go. So we've got the first 3 of 8. So we only have 5 left. Yeah, it's more than a third of the season. So the middle episodes, like so far, the pacing is definitely better, I think. But the middle episodes, like if stuff like kind of grinds to a halt after this, that'll be a bummer. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm curious what you guys think of the dwarf rings thing. Obviously in the books, they're all made for elves, and then like the dwarves get them later. But in this show, they're kind of setting up the rings to help the dwarves with, I get, like, with their cave-ins. Like, I'm not sure. That's the thing I wasn't really sure on. Like, how do the rings of power help with the cave-ins? Because they really only make the dwarves richer in the books. So, like, yeah, I'm just not 100% clear on how the rings are gonna help them open up shafts for light. Yeah. Unless they're gonna be able to grow crops without light. That, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Anatar reveal was pretty cool. Totally on board with that. Luis Montez, do you feel that Amazon has taken feedback and has tried to course correct on some of the lore? I don't know. Like, I've seen like interviews and stuff that kind of said, that season 2 was already locked. I've seen some interviews where they kind of sound like they've listened to feedback. I don't know if they've acted on it. It's hard to say. Uh who can really say except for the people making the decisions over at Amazon, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think these episodes start off much more promising than the way we left off season 1. Yeah. Yeah. Christy makes a point. The dwarves don't become corrupted by the rings, only the 9 men. Yeah. Yeah, the dwarves don't become corrupted in the sense they don't become enslaved to Sauron. Um, it does kind of amplify their greed, because they amass like these treasure hoards. Spoiler alert, that kind of brings ruin upon their realms, like dragons and such. Tend to yeah, they tend to go after big treasure hoards. So and it even says some of the dwarf rings were destroyed or devoured by dragons. There's an 8-minute insider bonus with the actors talking about episode 3. Okay, so there's some bonus features if you guys want to check that out. Very cool. Did Anatar do sleight of hand with the Mithril to add something evil? I don't know if he did sleight of hand. I think he just, I think that was, they're kind of walking the line of what constitutes him being involved in the rings. So like basic, like I think they're just playing it off like he touches the Mithril and that's his involvement. Basically, that's like the shorthand. Um, yeah. So I think him, like, because he kind of like closed his eyes there, and we got some like whispery words after he drops it in. So I think that's essentially him, casting the spell on it or whatever to make it, um, yeah, make it tainted by him. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Design Q. What are your thoughts on Círdan? I really like Círdan. I think I think he's pretty great. I like this guy. He is probably, uh, and I mentioned this in my breakdown that'll come out later, that he is probably the most elven feeling character. He's like the most elven of the elf characters. Um, yeah, he seems very wise. At first I wasn't big on him like changing his mind so easily on the rings, but it almost in a way feels like he's, and this is partially me reading into it because of the background of the character, but it kind of feels like he's so ancient, and like he knows that these things are not wholly good, but he realizes, it's their best chance, and he just kind of seems like above the squabbling, which is nice. Because between Gilgalad and Galadriel and Elrond, they've kind of done a lot of squabbling over the last season and a half. Um, yeah, I think yeah, I hope that they get to a point where they don't have to keep spinning their tires on the, "Oh, are these rings bad or good?" kinda thing. Like, okay, like, they made the choice, like, it is what it is. The 3 exist. They shouldn't exist yet, but they're there. It is what it is. But hopefully, like, get on with things and kinda, like, get back to Anatar and Celebrimbor making rings. Yeah. Did it look like it was almost Ulmo making him keep the rings? I don't know. It was just kind of a splash of water that, I mean, I guess you could go that far. I don't, it didn't seem that way to me. Um, yeah. It wasn't like you know, like Moana and the sea like throwing the heart of the ocean thing back on the boat each time that it gets thrown away. Not that they should do that for for Ulmo, but that's what I think of, like, when the sea if the sea rejects something, I think of I think of Moana, There you go. Uh, dad of small kids, there you go. Hey, new better do better's here. Oh, it scrolled up on me. There we go. New better do better. How's it going, man? I think they're moving at a better pace so far. Yeah, we were just talking about that. I think so too. Oh, this is a good question. I saw the clip of Elrond and Gilgalad arguing about the rings, and I just don't know what to think of the High King in this series. What do you think, having watched 3 whole episodes? Yeah, this is a character that I'm curious to see where he goes from here, because yeah, like he's really kind of a jerk to Galadriel. I mean, Galadriel's kind of a jerk to a lot of people though, so um but she's like his aunt, you know? At least in one version of the story. She's his aunt, like she's much older. He's the High King, but like she's been around a long time. So it's kind of a weird dynamic in that regard. Um yeah, I'm hoping they can the elves can like get on the same page. That would be nice, because it seems like there's a lot of the show is like elves arguing with each other. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that there needs to be a lot done with Gil-galad to get him to a point where, spoiler, I'm assuming, like, if you're here and you're hanging out, like, you're not gonna be too mad about spoilers that I've talked about several times in my videos. But, to get him to the point where he and Elendil fight Sauron, and for that to, you know and for their sacrifice to really hit, for us to like lose 2 big characters, I think they really like I feel a lot more for Elendil than I do for Gil-galad right now. Like, we've gotten a lot more development of his character. Gil-galad's just kinda there giving orders most of the time, busting Elrond's chops a lot, you know? What's up with that? Like, he's your herald, he's like your number 2 guy, come on. Um, yeah. Yeah, I think Gil-galad needs some more development of his character for us to grow fond of him before, you know, before the next 3 seasons play out. Third episode's title should be The Horse. Yeah. I did like how Beric, like, killed an orc. That was pretty legit. It's pretty intense, but all right. Beric the goat. No, he's a horse, guys. Weren't you paying attention? Are Beric and Brago related? Um, I mean, probably not, but they definitely they definitely have some similarities. They go chase down, you know, their masters and save them. Oh yeah, what did you guys think of the orc baby? That's a good question. What do we think of the orc baby? I think it was meant to like drive home the, you know, like orcs are people too, and you should, you know, feel for them. And I was just like, meh, whatever. They're still the bad guys. uh, I think probably would have been weird if they actually showed a baby orc, like if it wasn't just a, you know, a bundle. Yeah. Damrod. Damrod was interesting. Katie says she's here for it. Orc culture. Tolkien struggled with orcs. Yeah, he did later. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's part of his faith, you know, it's hard to you know, to wrestle with an irredeemable race when, you know, you have the worldview that Tolkien had. But I mean, come on. They're the bad guys, Katie. Come on. They're the bad guys. Let's not overcomplicate things. It's an interesting theological topic and debate, but the orcs are the bad guys. Come on. Remorse, thanks so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. They have menus in restaurants. Why not females and babies? Nice. Fair point. Fair point. Wow. We've been going for 4.5 hours here, guys. This is pretty good. We had upwards of 1,000 people. We've still got almost 500. Be sure to hit the like button, folks. That always helps. And we'll since this has been a really long stream already, I'm sure that we will have more heavily weighted discussion after episodes. Like it'll be much more discussion than episode in the future based on previous previous streams from last season. But Ents are official. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that which we already knew from promo stuff that there was going to be Ents, but yeah, we got a tease of them. Maybe the next episode, maybe not. It might be like, you know, because sometimes they skip out. Um, yeah, yeah. I think I think Farzan was just hijacking the blessing, basically. Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. Yeah, Anatar's manipulation, Sauron manipulating Adar and Celebrimbor, was pretty great in these episodes. Um, it was interesting that Durin doesn't seem to really be fooled by Adar. He's very skeptical of him. Um, yeah, so that was interesting. I did like how he knew because he said Elrond would never say such nice things about him. Uh, yeah, that was fun. I like that one. A coup in 3 minutes. Yeah, the Sauron revolt thing did happen really fast. Like I did think like wow, we went from like all right, we're getting together after the fall of our master. And then Sauron's like, we're gonna take over the world, and some of you will die, which probably didn't need to be said, to be fair. Um, but I mean, yeah, they're orcs and they fight wars, and like, yeah, of course some of them are gonna die. Like that shouldn't have been crazy news, I think, because a lot of them just died in the wars, in the War of Wrath. So yeah. It did seem like they went for mutiny against Morgoth's number 2 really quickly. Um, yeah. Remorse, thanks again for the super chat. Is it just me who thinks armor Sauron should have been in the opening scenes? Also, when do you think we'll see his armor form this season? Yeah, that's what I was. I made that comment in between episodes. I think that in the prologue of uh the first episode of the first season, it shows Sauron, like, Galadriel says something about Sauron, taking over after Morgoth's defeat, and shows him all armored up. The orcs are like bowing to him and everything. So that's kind of what I took to be the moment that Sauron takes over, because that's kind of what is being said there. And then this is totally different. He's in a more fair form and everything. Yeah, so I don't know, like, let me know what you guys think. Like, would you consider that a retcon then? Um, yeah, curious. This is a good question from Sauron. Shout out Sauron for coming to the stream. Um, what year is it in the show? It feels like the second age will only be like 100 years because of how compressed everything is. Yeah, there was like a throwaway line in one of the episodes of season 1, maybe a couple episodes. There's a couple characters I think that refer to it being 1,000 years since Morgoth's defeat. So they just kind of like plopped it at 1,000 years, and every player throughout the course of the second age essentially is alive, and Numenorians can live for a few hundred years, but yeah, it's I mean at most it's going to be a couple 200 or 300 years. I don't know how that's going to work with eventually like Gondor and Arnor being founded. Like I can't imagine they're going to have time to build like Minas Tirith or something, um yeah, so that'll be interesting. It would be a fun exercise, I think, and hopefully people would take it with the right spirit for me to kind of like map out what I think would have made a a good second age show that didn't compress time, or at least didn't compress time as much. Because I think skipping chunks of time could have actually been really cool. Um, yeah, I think it actually would have been kind of cool if you know dwarves and men were kind of dying off in between seasons, and we saw like you know the rise of a second Durin after meeting Durin the Third in season one. Then a couple seasons later, a new Durin arises, and it's believed to be the reincarnation of the previous Durin. Yeah. I see some folks talking about Sauron's form. Yeah, I admit I never pictured him as like the symbiote thing. Um, I always kind of pictured him more as like this disembodied spirit, like reforming. Um, actually, like kind of and obviously people have mixed feelings on this adaptation as well. But in the Hobbit movies, when they have the necromancer, and excuse me. When they have the necromancer and he's kind of like this shadowy, not fully formed entity kind of thing. Um, yeah, that's kind of how I always picture it because like Tolkien says, you know, that it's a spirit. It's his spirit flees to the east, like in the Downfall of Numenor and stuff. Um, what's interesting here is that and again, going by the books, each time that Sauron loses his physical form, it takes longer for him to regain it. So in the Downfall of Numenor, it takes I can't remember exactly how many years, but then in Lord of the Rings, it takes him like thousands of years. He's still the necromancer when he's in Dol Guldur, and that's 1,000 years after Isildur cuts off the ring. So if it took him 1,000 years here to go from, uh, getting mutinied by the orcs and then to become forming into the Halbrand guy, like how long is it going to take after the fall of Numenor happens? Or are they going to try to like play it off as if because he has the one ring, it doesn't take him as long, maybe? Or maybe they just aren't planning on making his physical form destroyed in the fall of Numenor. I don't know. Yeah, apparently Adar is that old. So maybe he's more elf than orc. Unless they are going with the idea that orcs are also immortal because they used to be elves. James Olsen, he just brought up like a big debate among folks. I think yes, he has the ring in Numenor. Like some people say, some people think that he left it like in Mordor. I have a hard time believing he just left it behind in Mordor. So yeah, that's a big question for a whole other topic that we will no doubt get into. Um, yeah, maybe that make a fun one-off video. Maybe we'll debate, look at all the text and see. See, Balrog of Morgoth is with me. Totally had it with him in Numenor. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, folks, I think with that, I've had some good conversation here. Like I said, I think in the future streams we'll have more conversation on the end, because this was so heavy on the episodes. It's kind of a lot. So I think it would be a fun way to end this. Um, by revealing to you guys that I already have the breakdown of I already have the breakdown of episode 1 ready to go. So I'm going to sign off here. And I've not posted this publicly yet, but I'm going to post the link here. It's currently unlisted on YouTube. And you guys are going to be the first to get to see my first episode breakdown of Rings of Power. My editor has been working on this while we were streaming. So, shout out to Taylor, who killed it today by getting the episode 1 breakdown ready to go so that I could drop it right here in the chat for you guys. Yeah, so I'm going to drop it in the chat and enjoy. We will be back here next week for episode 4. Same time, I guess. 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it all over again next week. Yeah. Thanks for joining in, guys. And remember, no matter how you feel about the show, whether you like it, you dislike it, yeah, I encourage you guys have good conversations. They can be, passionate conversations. They can be, they can be arguments even. But, keep in mind that we're all Tolkien fans here. No matter how you feel about this show, we can treat each other with respect. It's the way Tolkien would have us interact with people, I'm sure. Yeah, so be kind to one another, and yeah, we'll see you next time, guys. Without further ado, there is the link for you to the episode 1 breakdown. Enjoy. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm just giving time for the delay to kick in here so you guys get the link. So there you go. You guys have the link. The episode 1 breakdown. You guys get to be the first to watch it. And I'll be releasing it here. I'll let it hang for a few minutes. I'll give you guys a nice head start. All right. Have a good one, guys, and we'll see you next time on Nerd of the Rings.